Hey, this is Billy Mays from Infinite Third. You're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to the Bring Me to Life network.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of that, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio, Awakened Broadcasting. Thanks for waking up and shining on with us on this very special day. We are coming to you from Cumberland, Maryland, at the back of Mountain Shine Creative, home of Shine Time Studios, where it's Shine Time all day. My name is Selamon, and I will be your guide for today. You can find us on your favorite social media at facebook.com/Project Bring Me to Life, and that is the number 2. On Twitter at PBM, the number 2L, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Pretty cool stuff, huh? Yeah, and if you do have any other ways you would like to help us, we are on Patreon at patreon.com/PBM2L. And we do a lot of awakening content. We do live broadcasting here. We're looking into more TV streaming for our website. And yeah, speaking of the website, you can go to www.projectbringmetolife.com, where we have a chat room on the Bring Me to Life radio page, where I usually hang out, just in case if anybody wants a friend to chat with while they're listening to the radio. On today's show, we have the Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales with Sean Kramer, who will be live on air. And he's talking about Fitcher's Bird, the fairy tale, and how it relates to imagination and fantasy. So it's going to be a really great show. That's coming up here in about 15 minutes. After that, I will be playing some of the audio that I captured from Culturefest World Arts and Music Festival that happened in Pipestem, West Virginia, just last weekend. So I have some interviews that I will be playing, and that includes Lainey Sullivan from Lobo Marino, one of our musicians here on the radio show. So it's going to be a great episode for you guys today. Coming up now is The Flood by So Long Storyland.
Count the turns on the tractor wheel. talk of the towns that won't be safe. New roads got washed, St. Rose got raised. Morning breaking, white shells on the driveway, white trucks with the killer spray. Morning breaking, jump the steps to the TV tent, hide a teak in a dryer bin. Let's go out and play. Let's go out and play today. Oh no, the flood is rising in the stream. Too bad, too bad, too late, too late. The flood is gonna break all the air, the rain, the sky, the wind. The house is saving it to find you. Black cloud, no fear, no sign. Don't want the flood to
Come together, people.
Yeah.
The time is now to rise.
Rise up,
to your high power.
Rise up. Yeah. Right. From Brooklyn to Vrindavan, we keep them heads bobbing. Eyes of our not, them bodies popping and locking. Sitting in the temple or in the clubs hopping. We got them beats knocking or under the knife chopping. Cosmic bling, amethyst in the pocket. These streets I watch with the third eye optic. Heart from the start, so you know it's not stopping. Roll it like mine, so nah, it's no problem. Look here as we unite strong. Can you hear we singing all night long? Medicine in the spitting, deep and in the vision in which I write songs. Inspiring the missions in which you might spawn. But with the kind of touches that'll invite calm. All in touch with the place where insight's born. Two questions that leave a few quite torn. Let's give answers that bring the truth to form.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. I see African head wraps and earrings, shells and prayer beads instead of more diamonds and fake bling. Blacks doing yoga, meditating and eating right. Afro-punk kids with skateboards instead of mics. I see a revival of early 90s hip-hop, the culture coming back to the essence of what we all thought was the start of something greater. Shout out to Kool Herc, Bombada, and all the true creators. Battle for our consciousness, all across the continents. Companies calculating more profits and empty promises. Capitalism is a global virus. These moguls laugh as we watch it collapse and steady spiraling. Gentrification separating generations, but there's more than money making. There's a new shift to come. There's an urban renaissance. Neo soul realize 5 boroughs come together, stand united as one.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Unify the tribe. So many grinding, hustling and tiring, rushing in the mileage. Social shining like diamonds on horizons, but lost amongst our rises, imposed upon skylines and wiring the mindsets, designing how we dialect, dictating what your style is. We dial in and wild out, still inspiring, taking in the sun, breathing in the love, never dwelling on what was. You can feel the buzz, so many ways of seeing. They on the street scheming, we battling the demons, hearts beaming as we dreaming into being, and make arrangements they can't separate us. Together we rise in greatness, transcending the matrix, bring it back to the basics, gaining patience from self-serving to merging immersions and earning new versions of peaceful relating, meditating for all our relations. From New York to LA, we celebrating the changes, moving past the borderlines. There's more at stake and more to buy, more to claim and more to try. While the masses mortify, heart and mind we unify, all connected. It's time to realize that realign, we all connected.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Today we will meditate on the very mysterious and powerful fairy tale called Fitcher's Bird. The subtitle I gave to this meditation is Dissociative Fantasy versus Symbolic Imagination. And fairy tales are among the very greatest works of human imagination. The poet W.H. Auden even said of fairy tales, and especially of the Grimm's collection of fairy tales as a book, that it could be a foundational text for an entire culture and civilization, like the Confucian classics, or the Bhagavad Gita, maybe in India, or like the Bible. It's an interesting idea, like to think of that, founding a culture on the fairy tales. Even imagine, say, going to church and listening to fairy tales. A friend of mine who, when he was in graduate school for psychology, he said once a week, a group of graduate students and professors of different subjects, psychology, philosophy, would gather together and discuss a fairy tale. They considered them so deep and profound that these graduate students and professors would dedicate time just to thinking and meditating on these fairy tales. So these great works of imagination, the fairy tales, they're not only great works of imagination, but they also teach us important things about imagination, while giving us some of the great examples of what imagination can really do for us humans. Examples of really healthy and healing forms of imagination. And this fairy tale, Fitcher's Bird, is a fairy tale that offers us both very striking, powerful, poetic images, but also gives us images about imagination itself. So we will notice those and reflect on those and learn from them as we go through this fairy tale. So to enter this world of imagination, the imaginal world of fairy tales, I'd like us first to begin with a meditation. So bring your awareness into your body. You can close your eyes if that's fitting. And use your breath to gather your awareness and draw it into your body. Let your awareness fill your whole body, as if your body's a vessel and your awareness just fills it, so you're aware of the inner space of your body. And imagine that your inner space, your inner world, is made of different rooms. And explore those different rooms. And imagine or feel any area where there's tension or some kind of resistance or avoidance. And maybe you know somewhere in your life that there's something you're avoiding or withdrawing from, or maybe you can just feel it in general, that those things that happen to us as we go through life, where we pull back from life through fear or weakness. And imagine that as a locked room, somewhere that you're not quite comfortable going. somewhere that also keeps you from life, weakens you. Now imagine you find a key. Hold that key and feel the energy that the key gives you, an energy of readiness, that you feel ready to move forward into this area of life or activity, task, whatever it is, where you formerly felt avoidance, anxiety. Now take that key, put it in the door, and open up the door. And see from the open door flying a beautiful white bird. And as you see that beautiful white bird flying, you feel yourself now stronger from having faced that area of life, from having opened that door. And now with more strength and readiness, you go forward into life, into the world, into growth. Now take a few breaths. Let that image go. And now we will journey into the story of Fitcher's bird. And I'll tell you the beginning of the story, just the beginning, and then we'll pause to imagine and reflect on the landscape of the story, what I like to call the story map, and some of just the symbolism, and then we'll move through the events that happen in the landscape. So the opening situation of this fairy tale is that there's a village where people are living. Nearby, a dark forest. You might already be reminded of Hansel and Gretel, our last fairy tale. But what's been happening is that pretty young girls have been disappearing, abducted, and no one knows where they've been taken or what has happened to them. So right away we have the fairy tale jumping into one of these areas of real fear, one of these frightening things in life. It's reminds me of these signs that I'll see occasionally, or that I would see growing up, of a picture of some person a missing person. This is really one of the very frightening areas of life in our existence and experience. And the fairy tales really go into those areas. And so right away we're into this. Hansel and Gretel, our last fairy tale, we opened with a situation of real family trauma where the parents were discussing abandoning their children, leaving them to die in the forest. Here we have a situation of young girls disappearing, and the families don't know what has happened to them. In fairy tales, when they go into these dark areas, they don't go into them just to stir up anxiety or despair. And they don't even spend a lot of time arousing fear or suspense. They state these terrible things in a very simple way. And because the fears are already there, they're not trying to create fear, they're just touching on deep fears that are already in us. And then they're trying to move forward somehow, to mature or resolve or heal somehow move us forward from the fears. So though they touch on these dark things, they're not like a slasher movie where it's just about stirring up the fear or exploiting terror. The fairy tales just touch on it. It's already there. We have these fears of abandonment, of the unknown. They simply notice it and then take us forward. So let's see where this fairy tale takes us. So what's been happening is there's a wizard, and he's been disguising himself as a beggar, and he goes to houses. And so he's at a house now, and he knocks on the door. In this house, there's a father and 3 daughters. He knocks on the door, and he's disguised as a beggar, begging for bread. So the oldest sister goes and gets some bread and brings it to him to give him bread, to feed him. And he simply reaches out his arm and gently touches her with his finger. And as soon as he touches her, she leaps or flies into a basket, a large basket that he's carrying on his back. And he, with large strides, walks into the forest and through the forest. So let's pause here a little bit before we see where they go. But this image of the man in disguise reaching out to touch the young girl, and she just leaps in his basket. And he's disguised, and she's drawn to him by wanting to feed him, to care for him. So it's really, I think it makes sense on a lot of levels, but if we think of this story of these young girls and who are swept away by this man who appears to be someone they can care for and mother, but they don't really know who he is. There's a very clever line in Shakespeare where one character, it's in King Lear, one character asks another how old that person is, and the person responds by saying, "Well, I'm too old to fall in love with someone for singing." And in other words, that he was a young person once, and the characterization of being young was that he was able to fall in love with someone for singing. And it reminds me of seeing film footage or videos of concerts of singers with audiences of young girls just screaming in this hysteria and fainting toward this, young man who they have really no idea what kind of person he is, but just because he's singing, they are just melting and just swept away like these girls, just the touch, and they leap into the basket. They're carried away. And that's an interesting capacity of humans, that by just a little sign, external sign, our imagination and desires take over and completely fill in a whole fantasy. So in this example, these young girls at the concert really know almost nothing about the person they are falling madly in love with because he's singing, but their imagination is filling in a whole fantasy. So the wizard has swept these girls off their feet and is carrying them into the dark forest, through the dark forest. And where does he bring them? He brings them to a house, a mansion. And it is just beautiful, wonderful. It's luxurious, it's comfortable, it's all, as the wizard himself says, all that they could desire. And when he brings them in, he says, "You will be happy here. I will attend to you and give you all that you would desire. My dear," he says, "you will certainly be happy with me, for you will have everything your heart can wish for." So, it seems not so bad. But it's all that who would desire, we might ask. It's not simply all that any human could desire, but it's a certain fulfillment of desire. So to answer that question, let's look now at the landscape. And imagine, as we did before in our first fairy tale, that we are going up in a hot air balloon to see the landscape. And let's first remember and look back as if there's the fairy tale world and there's different little counties we can see. And let's look over first the landscape of Hansel and Gretel and compare it. I think right away you'll see a lot of similarities. If you remember the landscape of Hansel and Gretel, it was basically the house, the family's house on the edge of the forest, the dark forest, and in the middle of the forest, another house, the cake and candy house in the midst of the forest. And the story moved through that space. So clearly, I'm sure you're making the connections yourself. This story of Fitcher's bird has the same basic landscape. There's the family home, the dark forest, and in the middle of the forest, a house. In this case, not a candy house, but a comfortable, luxurious house with beautiful furniture, silver, gold, hangings, beautiful curtains. So they're different houses, but what's similar about them? Both of them are images of the character's desire. Or we might say their image, their ideal. But in Hansel and Gretel, it was the child's image or dream of happiness, a house made of cake and candy, like the factory of Willy Wonka with chocolate rivers and trees that grow candy. This is what a child would imagine and dream of. And what is the image in Fitcher's bird? Whose image of happiness is that? Well, in this story, it's the image of a young girl. So no longer a child, a young girl who's adolescent, young adult, who's thinking of moving out and finding a husband and a home. It's a comfortable home with beautiful and luxurious furnishings. So we see, just by comparing those two, that inside the forest we see the person's desires, but the desires are different as a person changes, develops through life, goes through different developmental life stages. And in Hansel and Gretel, we had a little more detail about what happened outside the forest in the family, and we saw that inside the forest was very much like the children's dream of their life outside the forest. In other words, they were longing for a mother who would nourish and shelter them, but their mother turned out to be a witch who wanted to kill them. So we could almost read Hansel and Gretel as if going into the forest was them falling asleep and dreaming about their life, their desires and fears in the imagery of a dream. And inside the forest, commonly in fairy tales, things get strange, unreal, and definitely more dreamlike. And it's common in writers on fairy tales that they see the forest as they sometimes say, the unconscious, but meaning the person's inner world. When you go into the forest, you're going into the inner world, the dream world, the symbolic world of desires and fears. And fairy tales themselves are this kind of thing. They're images of an inner world, an inner experience through symbol. So let's go a little further because there's something else in the house. So this oldest daughter is in the house with the wizard, and the wizard comes to her after some days and says to her, I am going on a journey, and I'm going to leave you alone here. And I'm going to give you all the keys to the house so you can explore, wander around, see how wonderful it is here, how happy you will be. But then he gives her another key. He says, except the room to which this key goes, there you must not look on pain of death. If you go there, it will be your death. So you can look everywhere in this house except in this room behind the door to which this key opens, which he gives her. He gives her also something else. He gives her an egg. He hands her an egg and tells her, guard this egg carefully, carry it with you, for a great misfortune would come if you were to lose it. Then he goes and leaves her in the house with the keys and the special key to the forbidden room and her egg. And she takes it and promises that she will do what he says. So when he's gone, she starts exploring the house and sees just how wonderful it is. Each room seems more wonderful than the next, just full of splendor, comfort. And as she's going through the house, she passes a hallway and looks down and sees the door to the forbidden room. She looks, not intending to go in, but wondering what might be there. So she just will look at the door. She won't go in. She'll look at the door and the key. She examines the door. She looks at the key. The key doesn't look different than any other key. She puts it in the keyhole and just moves it a little, and the door opens. She walks inside. What's in the room? The room has in the middle a basin, a tub. Around it, all around the room, is blood splattered. There's an axe, and inside the tub is blood and body parts of human beings, all body parts floating in the blood. And when she sees this, in her shock, she drops the egg into the basin. So she now has to reach her arm down through that and get the egg out, which is now... She quickly goes out of the room, closes the door, and tries to wash off the egg, and with no success. When she seems to clean it, it looks stained again. So the wizard comes back and he asks for the egg and the key. Now she hands him to him. She's shaking, trembling, her whole body. And he looks at the egg and sees that it's stained. He knows that he's been in the room. She's been in the room. And he says to her, "You went into the room against my will. Now you go back into it against your will." He knocks her down, grabs her by the hair, drags her through the house, brings her into the room, and cuts her into pieces. Now, compare this furthermore to Hansel and Gretel. In this Fitcher's bird, we have these concentric circles almost. We have outside the forest in the middle, this luxurious house, and inside the house, this room, and inside the room, the basin of blood and body parts. We're going more and more inward, more and more kind of into the inner psychological world and state of somebody. So not only is it what's in the forest an image of the person's really deep desires, but it's at the same time an image of their fears. Just like in Hansel and Gretel, the cake house was an image of their desire, what they wanted their mother to be for them. And the witch was an image of their fear, of what their mother was or what they were afraid she would be, devouring, abandoning, murderous. So in this story, we have an image of a young girl's desires for happiness, a home, comfort. But inside that is an image of deep fear and dread that this ideal situation really hides something horrible and frightening. And this is something that the fairy tales do. They give us images of our deepest desires and fears. Now in both, again, Hansel and Gretel and Fitcher's bird, this image of what's in the forest is an image of desire and fear, and it's also, they're both images of something that appears good, wonderful, desirable, but really is something bad or harmful. There's the cake house that looks wonderful, but inside there's a witch, and when the children are inside, fed and in bed, the story says they laid down and went to sleep thinking they were in heaven, but they were really in a kind of hell. They were deceived in what they imagined the situation really was. In this fairy tale, we start off with a wizard who's disguised as a beggar, and the girls are captivated by him in his disguise. And then they go into the forest where there's a house that looks beautiful but has a locked room that contains something horrifying. This is one aspect of the fairy tale world, or really the world we're in, as the fairy tale symbolizes it, that there is often a difference between appearance and reality, the way things appear to be and the way they really are. And in our journey through life, this is one significant cause of people failing to reach happiness, of instead ending up in misery and as unfulfilled human beings. That by following an imagination and desire based on appearances rather than reality, they are led into a kind of destructive trap or situation. And it's we might call this a kind of enchantment, that the world is enchanted. And if we came from another realm where things appeared the way they really are, we would be struck by that here. How is it that things are so deceptive, that things and people appear one way and turn out to be another? And it has a lot to do with our imagination. Like the people falling for the singer, right? Their imagination fills in something that is not real. The writer C.S. Lewis was once traveling. He went to visit his uncle who lived in England, in a part of England where he had never been. And when he got there, he said to his uncle, "Gosh, it's not at all like what I imagined it to be." He imagined where his uncle lived, and when he got there, he said, "It's nothing like what I imagined." And his uncle said to him, "What right did you have to imagine it to be anything at all? You've never been here." But we do that. We imagine places where we haven't been. We imagine stages of life that we haven't experienced. It's interesting to me when people talk in a very general way about, sometimes I've heard about saints or holy people. They'll say, saints are like this, or saints would do this, meaning saints as like fully realized human beings. People do that also with the term poets and artists. They kind of project something into these images. Of course, saints and fully realized human beings, that's a category where we can just fill in with our imagination, because most of us, at least, have not been there, and we don't really know what a fully realized human being is like. Now we notice that the girls, and this happened actually, we'll move ahead a little in the story. He goes back again to the same house and gets the second sister. And she comes back and the exact same thing happens with the key and the egg, and she looks in the room and drops the egg in. He discovers it and he kills her too. Now they're given a choice that they can remain in this kind of luxury and bliss, but the condition is not to look into this room. A kind of denial or avoidance as their condition for happiness. And so it's a beautiful image for a lot of things, a lot of states of being, human beings, where we can remain in a kind of comfort and happiness by not looking at something. So let's go on now to the next half of the story. That was the first half, might say the descent of the story, which is common in fairy tales. The dark downward staircase. But now this fairy tale is going to move in an ascent and in the path of kind of transformation and healing. So the wizard goes to the house again and gets the third and youngest sister. In the same way, he touches her, she leaps into his basket, he brings her back to the house, gives her the key and the egg, and leaves. Now, she does something different. She puts the egg aside to guard it, but she does go into the room. She goes in the room and sees what's in there and sees her. So she takes the pieces, she finds all the parts of her two sisters and starts laying them out on the ground, and laying them out in their proper place and relationship of their body parts, the hand, the arm, the foot, laying them out. And when she finds them all and puts them, lays them out, arranges them on the floor, they mend together and come back to life. And all the sisters embrace each other and are happy and joyful. So the first sisters were, say, dismembered, cut up by the wizard, and the third sister puts them back together. You could say she remembers them, puts them back together and remembers. When the wizard comes back, he sees that her egg is not stained, and he says, "You have passed the test. Now you will be my bride." And the fairy tale says now he no longer has power over her, but she has power over him. So she hides her sisters in a basket with gold and tells the wizard to take the basket of gold back to her family. She tells the sisters when they're back to tell the family members what happened, and so they can come out and help. And he tells the wizard that she will be watching him from the window. He must not stop on the whole way back, but must keep walking until he gets there to deliver the basket. So while he's walking, it's so heavy, he's carrying the sisters, he's sweating, he decides to sit down and rest. And one of the sisters in the basket says, "I see you, I'm looking from the window. You're not supposed to sit down, get up and keep going." So he gets up, keeps going. Same thing happens again. One of the sisters in the basket says, "Don't stop, I'm watching you from the window." So that goes on until he's all the way back and delivers the sisters to the family. Meanwhile, the third sister back at the mansion, it has invited guests to the wedding, and she takes a skull, a grinning, smiling skull, and decorates it with flowers and a bridal veil, and puts it up in the window, smiling with flowers from the window, this grinning skull. Then she goes, takes off her clothes, and sinks her whole body into a barrel of honey, comes out covered with honey, and rips up the feather bed and rolls around in the feathers. Now she's covered with feathers, and she walks out of the house. As she's walking down the road, she meets some of the wedding guests, and they say to her, "O Fitcher's bird." It's in a poem, so here's one English version. "O Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" She says, "I come from Fitcher's house quite near." "And what," they ask, "may the young bride be doing?" She says, "From cellar to garret she's swept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping, I ween." And they move along toward the house, and she comes down the road, and now she meets the wizard, and the same exchange goes on. "Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" She says, "I come from Fitcher's house." The bride is sweeping and cleaning the house. I'll interject here. Some people wonder, it's called Fitcher's bird, and in this little poem, she mentions that she's Fitcher's bird, and no one really knows. There's no clear answer. It's kind of lost why that word is used. The wizard, the bridegroom, gets to the house and looks up and sees the skull in the window with the flowers grinning at him. And he smiles back, thinking that's his bride. And he goes into the house. All the guests are in the house. The wizard is in the house. And the relatives of the girl, the bride, board up the house and set it on fire and burn the wizard and all the guests alive. And the girl goes down the road back into the world and the village covered with feathers, with the wizard's house burning down behind her. A beautiful image to end the story. That's one that I think would make a good illustration. Let's go back now and see how we might interpret this story. And when I look to interpret a fairy tale, we can always take little parts and kind of pull out different possible symbolisms for parts. But what's convincing to me is some way that the whole fairy tale holds together. If we can find an aspect that really makes sense of the whole and the parts, that's where I feel like we maybe got at some of the heart of the fairy tale and the meaning. So to get at what I think is a unified interpretation, let me first describe what one of the meanings of a word dissociation in the state, like when it's used of in psychology, dissociative identity disorder. And I'll give an extreme example to make it clear. And it happens to people because of trauma sometimes. So someone might be undergoing some trauma, some physical trauma, emotional trauma, abuse. And you imagine someone's, say, laying on a table. Sometimes with injuries this can happen, or other kinds of trauma. The person's on the table in some trauma about which they really can't do anything about or don't know how to deal with. What can sometimes happen is the person feels themselves lifting up, maybe going up to the ceiling and looking down and seeing the trauma happening as if to someone else. And if this happens repeatedly, many times, that part of themselves that, say, floated up to the ceiling can actually tend to take on its own personality. Maybe they give a different name, as if there's one person who suffered and another person who didn't suffer. And this is one explanation for what's called dissociative identity disorder. It used to be called multiple personality disorder. Now, if we look at this fairy tale in an overall way, I think it makes a lot of sense if we see it as a story of someone in trauma, the process of trauma and healing from trauma. The image of the beautiful mansion or house with this locked room in which there's something horrible. We could possibly take the story as an image of a marriage or relationship which looks good but has something bad or traumatic at the heart of it that people are afraid to look at. And if they do look at, maybe they fragment or fall apart like the first two sisters. But it could also be of the same person's inner world. The house could be the person's soul or mind, psyche, where they have some area that they are not able or ready or willing to face. So they have a locked door. And feel that by keeping that door locked, that's the only way that they can hold together and maintain some comfort, peace, or happiness. Something that someone cannot face, in which they may actually fall apart. Maybe they're not ready to face it. Sometimes advice is given to like look into your shadow and kind of tear the veils and look at the truth. And well, that's not always the right thing to do. It's something that really depends on the person and ourselves and when we're ready and what we're ready for. So the first two sisters could be seen as the same person, just different stages of their development when they are not ready to go into the room, that they might really fall apart, so that their dissociation, the locked door, they're cutting themselves off from that experience or memory or part of themselves, is what actually keeps them together for a while. Then we see in the story that the third girl, which again could be the same person just at a different stage, she begins to make choices for herself. She actually chooses to take power, to take back her power, and to face and remember, to come back together from the dissociation. So her development, at first, the egg, her potential, her life is undeveloped. But once she faces this thing, this locked door, she then begins to grow and flourish and sprout her feathers. So the egg in the beginning is connected with her becoming a bird at the end. The egg is a potential form of life. It's things that a person could be, could become, could do, could experience in life, but they aren't developed. They're just remaining potential. But instead of having this potential very defensively hidden and protected so that it just remains potential and can't grow, in the second part of the story, it's allowed to become something, to grow. In this line, I think this brings together a lot of the story, and there's a psychoanalyst named Donald Kalshed. He wrote a book called The Inner World of Trauma, and it helped me a lot with this fairy tale. He talks about the dream life, the imagination of people with trauma and their healing, and see the images of fairy tales. So could be a very interesting book if you want to explore this more. The Inner World of Trauma by Donald Kalshed. Now, so it's maybe not too far-fetched to see the sisters as maybe just different stages of one person, but we can maybe go a little farther, and maybe I can convince you that the wizard too might be actually a part of the same person. And the wizard is interesting because the wizard is he bad or good? Well, he obviously is bad that he cuts up the girls, but it's ambivalent, right? He's the one who gives the egg. He's been holding the egg, the potential of life, and he gives the key to open the door. So he's intriguingly ambivalent in who he is, what he is, whether he's good or bad. But if we see the story as an image of the process of trauma and healing from trauma, it makes a lot of sense. Because when someone is traumatized, their dissociation, their creation of this fantasy house and the locking of the door is a defense, it's a protection. And at the time, it's necessary. It's what allows them to preserve the egg, their potential for life, that it's not completely destroyed. But over time, it becomes no longer defensive but destructive. So say someone who's been traumatized, say in relation to intimacy, and then they grow up, they start to become close to someone, but then they back away to protect themselves. They're afraid they might get hurt again. And now the wizard that at first was protecting them is now harming them, is now keeping them from growth and life. So the wizard is part of ourselves. We act as a wizard. We have a wizard part of ourselves that may create an enchanted house in a locked room, maybe for our defense and protection at one stage of life. But then that becomes a stunting of our growth later, and the wizard now has to be gotten rid of. So let me finish, I think, by talking about the subtitle I gave to this fairy tale, Dissociative Fantasy versus Symbolic Imagination, and how those, I think, are symbolized in this fairy tale. The wizard can be the image for dissociative fantasy, that is, that kind of imagination that is dissociative. Maybe you could say escapist. That creation of that fantasy mansion or castle that is keeping us from some part of reality that we are avoiding or afraid of. And might not always be bad. It might be something good, but we're just not ready to grow there, or we're afraid. So it's an imagination that withdraws us, cuts us off from life and reality. Whereas the third daughter, the girl, especially with her feathers, she's an image for another kind of imagination, symbolic imagination. The word symbol in Greek etymologically means to throw together. Balein means to throw, and sim means together, to bring together. The opposite in Greek is diabolic versus symbolic. Diabolic in Greek etymologically means to throw apart, to separate. Dia is apart, bolic, together. So symbolic is bringing together, diabolic is cutting apart. So the wizard is a kind of a diabolic imagination. But the girl with feathers is symbolic, and I think it's interesting that she doesn't become a bird, she puts feathers on herself. She brings the spiritual into the body, into the physical, and out into the world, into life. And it allows her to move into the world, back into life, away from the enchanted captivity in the castle. So maybe if Salomon is there, are there any questions? Or
Can you hear me?
comments?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah. We had a question from Ash, And she said, what if the egg was not an egg, but a baby that was still in its mother's womb, the mothers being the captive girls? What if all that blood is not just blood, but also symbolizing that these women had miscarriages, thus losing the trust and faith of the wizard who killed them?
Yes, I think that seems like a possible interpretation. I think, and I think the fairy tales are deliberately put in a very symbolic, poetic form to be open for different interpretations. I think that would be one application of a kind of a trauma experience. But I also think it's written in such a way that it has a common application, so that it's been told over time and resonates with people who not only have that very specific kind of experience and difficulty, say a miscarriage in a marriage and that what that can bring in a relationship, but I also think it is made and written so that it also applies to all of us, and which is why it draws us, because we all continually go through that struggle of areas of life that are afraid of, and then that when we are ready, we meet them and we grow through them.
Nice. Another question we had was, is Fitcher the wizard?
It seems like, because she says she came from Fitcher's house. But again, it's from what I've studied, no one has a clear explanation of that word. It's mysterious. It's kind of unusual. There's different kind of guesses at it, but we don't know. And it's funny that it's titled after that, something that we don't know. It makes it kind of mysterious.
Cool. The last question came from me because I was really interested. What does it mean when they said, peeping I ween?
Say that again. So what's the question?
What does it mean when in the story it said, peeping I ween?
Oh, and that's one translation of that little poem or song. She says, she's saying that she's on the road from cellar to garret, meaning from like basement to the roof, that the bride has swept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping I ween. I suspect, I think, that is saying that she's looking from the window, and that's where she put she's peeping from the window, that's where she put the skull. So she says that the bride is up in the window, and you'll see her when you get there, look up in the window, she'll be looking out at you.
Nice. Very, very interesting fairy tale.
Yes, it's one of my favorite fairy tales. And so should we finish with a little meditation?
Yeah, sure. I can play some music for everybody for that.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let us again bring our awareness into our body through our breath. As we breathe in, imagine we're pulling our awareness and filling our body with our awareness, our presence. And imagine and feel an energy, a light within you that is your connection with the powers of life, growth, transformation of the universe. powers that gave us birth, that increased our size, that moved us through childhood and adolescence, adulthood, that will continue to move us through life, death, and relax any tension, release any resistance to the changes in life that these powers of nature and growth are moving us through. The changes won't stop, even if we don't want them, but it's part of something vast, bigger, leading us to something more amazing and joyful than we are able to imagine. So with our breath, out breath, release any resistance to change. With the in-breath, connect yourself with these powers of growth and transformation of the universe. And we thank all these powers for bringing us into life, into this journey, and we trust in where they are leading us.
So coming up next, we have some healing music, and right after that, I will be doing coverage of the Culturefest World Music and Arts Festival, so stay tuned for that.
many cultures, languages of love. We came up singing to the stars and the moon, and the languages of old, spoken in the whispers of the wind. And they knew, yes, they knew the rhythms of the natural world, and the time of the dream, the time of the dream. Same earth, same heartbeat, same drum, same fire, different soul. To creation, fractured perspectives, mended in the heart of oneness, mended in the heart of oneness, mended in the heart of oneness. Trees giving life, giving air, giving breath, water's giving steps to wash away the old, to wash away the pain. The new earth is birthing up, it's popping out the ground, and we're reaching for our crowns. Let's tend this garden together, let's tend this garden together. The earth tribe, it's a new day, it's a new day, it's a new day, it's a new day, it's a new day.
Come together, people.
Yeah.
The time is now to rise.
Rise up, rise up.
To your high
rise
power.
Up, rise up. Yeah. Right. From Brooklyn to Vrindavan, we keep them heads bobbing. Eyes of our not, their bodies popping and locking. Sitting in the temple or in the clubs hopping. We got them beats knocking or under the knife chopping. Cosmic bling, amethyst in the pocket. These streets I watch with the third eye optic. Hard from the start, so you know it's not stopping. Roll it like mine, so nah, it's no problem. Look here as we unite strong. Can you hear we singing all night long? Medicine in the spitting, deepen in the vision in which I write songs. Inspiring the missions in which you might spawn. But with the kind of touches that'll invite calm. All in touch with the place where insight's born. Two questions that leave a few quite torn. Let's give answers that bring the truth to form.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. I see African head wraps and earrings, shells and prayer beads instead of more diamonds and fake bling. Blacks doing yoga, meditating and eating right. Afro-punk kids with skateboards instead of mics. I see a revival of early 90s hip-hop, the culture coming back to the essence of what we all thought was the start of something greater. Shout out to Kool Herc, Bombada, and all the true creators. Battle for our consciousness, all across the continents, companies calculating more profits and empty promises. Capitalism is a global virus. These moguls laugh as we watch it collapse, get steady spiraling. Gentrification separating generations, but there's more than money making. There's a new shift to come. There's an urban renaissance, neo soul realize. Far boroughs come together, stand united as one.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Unify the tribe. So many grinding, hustling and tiring, rushing in the mileage. Sauce you're shining like diamonds on horizons, but lost amongst our rises, imposed upon skylines and wiring the mindsets, designing how we dialect, dictating what your style is. We dial in and wild out, still inspiring, taking in the sun, breathing in the love, never dwelling on what was. You can feel the buzz, so many ways of seeing. They on the streets scheming, we battling the demons, hearts beaming as we dreaming into being. And make arrangements that can't separate us. Together we rise in greatness, transcending the matrix, bring it back to the basics, gaining patience from self-serving to merging emergence and earning new versions of peaceful relating, meditating for all our relations. From New York to LA, we celebrating the changes, moving past the borderlines. There's more at stake and more to buy, more to claim and more to try. While the masses mortify, heart and mind we unify. All connected, it's time to realize that realign, we all connected.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Hello, this is Abigail speaking. I'm so happy to be hosted in this Bring Me to Life radio show and to share with you the music I made to heal the heart chakra. Before making this music, I was praying and meditating and asking the angels, my guidance, to heal the heart chakra, and to make sure that everyone that will hear this music will benefit from it. So I welcome you all just to close your eyes and take a big breath and imagine that the sounds is going to your heart, opening and cleansing. And I want to thank you so much for being open to this healing, and I will be very happy to hear from you. I'm sending you so many blessings and so much love. Bye-bye. See you.
Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
greater and deeper. So we're not only at a crisis in the world psychologically, crisis in our consciousness. We're not trying to convince you of any ideology, of any concept, but rather that we're all thinking together, if we can.
there's something deeper than personality or behind the mind itself, which is not our thinking being. The mind is like our thinking aspect or thinking being. But because we are aware of our thoughts, there must be something deeper than the thinking mind. One who is awake is totally at one with this awareness, which is independent of the thinking mind. It's a state of pure being. What it means to be awake is simply to be awake to our eternal nature, our eternal being, to understand that we are not our conditioning. You are not who you have been thinking you are, or who you've been conditioned to believe you are, which is like a certain person, male or female, who has a certain education, has certain parents, believes certain things, or have a certain religion. And not just to understand this intellectually or mentally, but to really be one with this understanding inside your heart. There must be something deeper than the thinking mind. One who is awake is totally at one with this awareness, which is independent of the thinking mind. It's a state of pure being.
Lainey Sullivan of Lobo Merino, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Hey everybody, thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Silamon, and I love being here with you guys. So that was Lobo Marino with Holy River. We actually got to meet Lobo Marino, let me say that again, Lobo Marino for the second time this past weekend at a World Music and Arts Festival called Culturefest. And there I had my recorder and went around and asked a few people some questions. One of them was Lainey Sullivan, and I interviewed her a little bit about what type of music they play, how she would describe it to people, and the meaning behind all their extremely powerful lyrics, just the music, how powerful it is in the way they sing. So this is an interview that I did with Lainey Sullivan from Lobo Marino. And this is from Culturefest.
How would you describe your music to people?
We describe our music as world fusion folk music. We have global instruments like harmonium and the Danmoy mouth harp and a lot of globally inspired instruments that we approach with a American folk sensibility and like a pop sensibility.
So you think a lot of people in like the Appalachian region would enjoy your music?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It depends on the people. You know, it's. I know that I deeply love bluegrass and came from listening to my dad play banjo on the couch as a child crawling around. So, you know, I have that music in my soul and my roots. I think that probably the most appreciation that this region would gather from our music is the content, our lyrical content, and how our music's all about the earth and about the mountains and the rivers and very earth connective. But the music itself is kind of droney and meditative, and I think it's a specific taste. And if it resonates with people, it resonates with them, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Right. And I will say that we have played your music on our radio and have gotten a really good response from that. So in one of your songs that you played the other day, you talked about how you've been involved with the oil pipeline protests.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I've been involved in helping to support the oil pipeline protests for the North Dakota Solidarity Standing Rock action of indigenous people who are resisting an oil pipeline up there. But locally in this region, we're doing a lot of work to stop the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, which is a natural gas pipeline, which is proposed to be built by Dominion Power and a bunch of energy companies in the southeast. And they're planning to create a network of at least 3 giant pipelines where they're fracking natural gas out of West Virginia under the Marcellus Shale, which is where the greatest deposit is, and then they want to pipe it to Newport News and Virginia Beach to be exported, and also provide the coal plants. In all of Virginia's coal plants that were providing energy, many of them have been converted into natural gas, which the industry at this point says is cleaner, but that and in a haze way, natural gas is cleaner than carbon, but in reality, the emissions, the greenhouse gases, are just as intense and just destructive to the ozone, if not more destructive than the carbon. So the groups that are trying to stop the pipelines, what they're saying is that it's really nonsensical for us to build further fossil fuel infrastructure at this point. And why would you spend billions of dollars building pipelines across the country, across Virginia, North Carolina, and West Virginia specifically, across people's private lands, dividing up private lands through eminent domain, which should be illegal, without the consent of the owners, and supporting this industry in this way, which we know is bad for the environment and is a dated industry, which is only going to probably be profitable for 5 to 10 years until the shift to renewables is fully made. Mm-hmm. So it's a waste of energy in our opinion, and it also it endangers our environment, the forests that would be deforested from this line going through them, and the rivers that it would run under, because we know that pipelines can burst and do burst often, and that it's not good for our communities with the emissions, and it's just demoralizing in general to have your land cut up against your will and a giant natural gas pipeline put through it. So we're trying to support the communities by organizing and protesting and being on the front lines, and also creating a larger spiritual picture of what this means and what the impact is and what's going on a psychological level with humanity and this issue and our relationship with the planet and our overuse of energy.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a lot of passion for that, and it comes through your music. So I definitely tell everybody who's listening to check out you guys' music. Where are you going to be for the next coming year?
Well, we run a collective in Richmond, Virginia, where we live. We bought a 200-year-old farmhouse and converted it into a permaculture project and a collective that's a venue space for donation-based workshops on all topics of wellness, sustainability, social justice, food justice. And so we stay pretty local right now to the Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, West Virginia area, because we need to be close to home. And we're about to go out and play a festival in Chattanooga, Divine Fire in October, and Shakori Hills out in North Carolina near the Tri-Cities area in Pittsburgh in October. And then for most of the fall we'll be in Richmond supporting the collective and recording a new album in our house.
Nice. That sounds so beautiful. So where can people find your music and more information about you guys?
You can find more information at www.lobomarinomusic.com. You can also go to our Facebook, and all of our albums are on Bandcamp. Pay what you want. They're streaming for free. So please, if you want to listen, don't hesitate to listen. And some of the albums are available on Spotify and Pandora and all those mediums. But also YouTube. We have a bunch of videos on YouTube. Really and Instagram is a really fun way to follow us. We have a pretty awesome Instagram account that shows a lot of our process with the house, and like when we have harvests and when we have gatherings, you can see what we're doing a little bit more on the lines of the social justice and community building through our Instagram.
And what is the Instagram name?
Lobo Marino Music also.
Okay, that was the interview that we did with Lainey Sullivan from Lobo Marino. And as you can tell, they're very passionate about the earth. They're very passionate about protecting it as well. And so with that, I'm going to play another one of their songs. And this one is called Celebrate by Lobo Marino.
Through the air, up to the sky, lay down.
Okay, that was Lobo Marino with Celebrate, and as you can tell, it's very passionate music and just really, I don't know, makes me enjoy life so much. So coming up, we still have some acoustic jams that happened from the Culturefest World Music and Art Festival, as well as some of the electric jams that happen, and it's really incredible music what was captured this at this past weekend. So I'm really excited to play this for you guys. But if you know about September 9th, 2016, you will notice that it adds up to 999, the date 999, because 2016 is, if you take the sum, 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 6 equals 9. So we consider that a 999 portal. And I wanted to know what Shannon Shine had to say about that. So I asked Shannon, how do you feel about 999? Here is that recording from Culturefest.
Today's 999. How do you feel about that?
I think that's a cool number. It means completion.
What are you completing today?
I feel like today's the first day I've had of rest since the Crystal Chalice Awards 2016. I've been working on some paintings and just like a new cycle. I feel like when I start working on a bunch of series of new paintings, it's like a new chapter is about to begin.
And you are here at Culturefest?
Yeah, I'm at Culturefest in Pipestem, West Virginia. It's hosted by Option 22. One of my soul sisters, Lori, is coordinating it. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the recording I got with Shannon. And it was such a beautiful weekend. There's so many amazing people there, and there was a good amount of music, actually. And not just on the main stages of the festival. I went back to my tent to relax for just a minute and, kind of get that peaceful alone time. And while I was in the tent, I heard my friend Ashton Robertson from Spaceship Earth start playing acoustic guitar with somebody who I'm not quite sure who it is, but I captured this while in my tent at Culturefest.
The Earth Mother bleeds for your luxuries, conveniences and other things. Since the fall of Eve in the Garden of Eden, we've lost the meaning. The cost of being is to crawl and bleed, keep the altar breathing. Love is all you need. Roaches crawl out of a crack in the sidewalk. There's calluses on my bare feet from dancing in the street. From dancing in the street. Eat your poison and try not to chew. It's what your television told you to do. It probably told you that you're beautiful too. What to do? Tired of being slaves to the documents that they sign, when their beliefs conflict with mine. Putting fire to the pipes. Big Brother's got his hands over our eyes. Over our eyes. Over our eyes. Eyes. Over our not so ivory eyes. Let the resin hold your dread together. The only thing that lasts forever is death. And he's clearing all our debts. Yeah, he's clearing all our debts.
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly who that was singing, but that was Spaceship Earth, who was assisting on the acoustic guitar. And like I said, there's incredible music and so much stuff to just really appreciate at this festival. One of those moments was a late night jam that happened during the festival, and it's just really cool to see what kind of music people would create when they haven't played with each other before, and they just get up and they kind of improv everything. This is one of those moments, and this will include some musicians, including Billy Mays III of Infinite Third and Memory Code, Spaceship Earth, Ashton Robertson has June, and Option 22. So there were also a few musicians that were included in this. I'm not sure exactly what their name is, but here is the late night jam. One of the late night jams that I got on tape. Okay, that was a late night jam from the Culturefest Music and Arts Festival, the World Music and Arts Festival. And as you can tell, there's a lot of beautiful musicians that were there, and that specific clip was all improv, and some of the musicians have never played before with each other, so I thought that was really cool. Yeah, that's about it for the coverage for the Culturefest that I have for you guys today. The last thing that I'm going to play is just some outside tent noises. When I press the recorder on my press the record button on my recorder and suck it outside the tent. So this is what it sounded like. Just relaxing out at my tent. So there you go. There you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I enjoyed playing it. It's been a lot of fun. I've really, enjoyed being at the festival. So I just want to thank Rob and Lori for doing that, and Option 22 for hosting it. It was very enjoyable, and I can't wait for next year. So thank you, everybody. Coming up now, we have some Spaceship Earth with... What am I going to play? What song am I going to play? I don't know what song I'm going to play. Dead air time, yeah. Dead air time, yeah. While we got some air time, please like us on your favorite social media. We're on Twitter at PBM12. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/Project Bring Me to Life. And we're also on YouTube. You can subscribe to us by searching Project Bring Me to Life. So, it's a great thing. We got a lot of great content out there trying to awaken humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. So this next song that we're going to play is called Wisdom of the Universe by Spaceship Earth.
who awakened his kundalini, or serpent fire, would begin a cosmic transformation of his human capability. Extraordinary powers and the wisdom of the universe would become his. is to be basically the same as that attained throughout the ages by a few gifted individuals, psychics, visionaries, mystics, and saints. The predicted difference is that this tremendous resource can now be greatly amplified. The wisdom of the universe would become his. How one meditates and what one experiences in this ancient technique of quieting the mind depend on the individual. Those who have practiced and studied it, however, from yogis thousands of years ago to scientists measuring its effect in the laboratory today, are convinced of its healthful benefits. Once upon a time at about 11 p.m., he was walking to Happy Ann's, backpacking and foot tracking action through Virginia's beautiful Pentagon on this crisp night in Octagon. Feeling quite strong, turned on by life's so many gifts, following the magic, learning a lot of cool shit, 23 degrees in the breeze and loving it, because he was writing. He was raving, he was ravishing the naked riddles and cosmic clown koans that sung him awake all night long. He was scribing, coloring in the conversations that he had not yet had, so had much time to ponder his answer for the master, or something like this. He was channeling. It was a snake walk to Happy Ann's, roughly 12 blocks through the fan. His favorite, because it reminds of a peacock, especially during spring, but in here it is fall, the season for the college kids to get robbed. Technically speaking, they are teenage children, but they stab first and take money second, Preston told him just 2 blocks earlier, offering him a ride because he had just taken his friend to the ER before this night had occurred. Thank you, but no, he tells friends. You will not live in anything less than a secure, done deal, sealed, signed, and delivered with no fear. Handshake, hug, pat back, walking. Speak of the devil upon him, 5 grimace young men stalking. He crosses, they cross. He stops, they pause. He starts laughing, now they're surrounding him. He faces the dread head on, opens his palms and starts reciting loudly, as if the poem had been written by lightning. Thunder spitting, it's taking place in front of the church on grace, how fitting. Poetry booming, powerful, freshly memorized for the stage in those days. Salivating rage with tasteful morals. The children are stunned, frozen. His aura becomes a globe of something much more powerful than bullets and bombs. He is slightly levitating, not literally, but that's the feeling. He switches into deja vu mode. The whole thing feels like it's been pre-recorded and he's lip-syncing. He couldn't mess up. It becomes very clear that what is happening is not his. It's like something out of the movie Slam. It's as if the soul of Saul Williams and King Solomon surround him and dance poetic telekinetic winds into tornado force fields that eats the poisons of the world and likes it. The juveniles put their knives away at the 3rd stanza, stood froze for the next 6 and started bobbing and vibing for the rest. Their minds didn't fully get it and neither did his, but all of their hearts did. They understood that this was their medicine and it could never be stolen, that if you look for it you will find that you never lost it. The whirlwind is done or perhaps just began, because the children give them mad props if you will, for they are students of the spoken word as well, mainly freestyling about stabbing and robbing and begging for a pardon. But he is honored. He thanks these young angels, for this will be one for the magic files. He walks on, still levitating, ears ringing to the sound of his heart singing, seeing stars, feeling bliss, gratitude, happiness, laughter, and amazement, inspired, engulfed in passion, ready to take on the planet with only poems. Peace absorbs him as he slowly opens Happy Ann's door, so excited to tell her what just happened.
feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars. I feel good in the morning light when I rise up high. Gotta get about my speed, gotta get about my mind, and then I climb a mountain. See the white wolf running by, expansive skies and the rhythm of the tides. Beauty of the wild can't tame this child. I'm free again, I'm free again. And she knows how we roll, what we need to grow, how we sow these seeds of change, finding harmony on these grounds. Amongst the trees, sacred sounds emanate from clouds, thundering out and raining down. Oh, wash away the pain, oh, wash away the pain. Oh, hold me, holy mama, you are the doctor, you are the goddess, you know the way home. From where we come from, find ourselves here, amongst the forest and in the clear. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
Because I am a natural. Strip the outer right down to the actual self, spinning in the rhythm with Gaia. Circulate, generating a fire. We align the hearts, hers and mine and yours. It's the one accord that we're here for. Get with the mama, then we get together. Well, you know her children she gather. Lizards, insects, and buddies in my face. All of my friends show up to greet me in this place. When we celebrate in the greatness of all, out in the mountains, trees, and waterfalls. Holy water, healing elements, joy in the temple, all here is relevant. Holy water, healing elements, joy in the temple, all here is relevant.
I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars. This is for the four-legged, the swimming ones, ones who crawl, those that fly. Return of the bird tribes rise. In these crazy times, hold the front lines. Ancient ones, tall standing pines. Roots so deep, old and wise. Harmony and silence where the leaves are speaking with the wind. This is the medicine, I'm gonna let it in. Stillness and the realness of your embraces. Find the rhythm of peace and celebration for all of creation. All of my relations, from the tops of mountains to the rivers and the valleys. Ocean wide, sweet island life. From jungles to forests and the tribes of man. From fireside to hand in hand, let's make moves to the promised land. Eden never left, we just forgot. Eden never left, we just forgot. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
I got that feeling, I can't explain it. 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 And when I try, the words don't come out right. This is the feeling of my life. I got that feeling, I can't explain it. 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 When I try, it makes me wanna cry. This is the feeling of my life. It's in my head, it's in my heart, it's in my mood, it's in my stars, it's in my blood, it's in my skin, it's nothing and it's everything. I got that feeling, I can't explain it. 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 And when I try, the words don't come out right. This is the feeling of my life. It's in the soul, it's in the wind, it's in your eyes every time we touch. It's in our laughter and our pain. Oh, here it comes again. I can't explain it. I got that feeling, I can't explain it.
question just echo. Trapped in this sandcastle land, needing to let go. Can anyone hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Fanatical phone addicts lack eye contact as a tactic. Pupils glued to their screens beam out to the cybergalactic. And real life now seems so damn anticlimactic. Everyone's a stranger hiding inside higher tax brackets. I don't want my intelligence to be artificial, or someone selling me it's more beneficial. So slow down ahead, this curve goes exponential with catastrophic unintentional consequence potential. Who are we now? Who are we now? All I hear on the news is about Iranian uranium and how everybody loses when they're invading the Ukrainians. They're enslaving the third world natives and they call it saving them. I have the dose of my utopium to cope with pain inside my cranium. I just gotta calm down, I need more patience. But my heart just doesn't resound with the sound of technological salvation. The distance between the new nations, people on the ground at the space stations. And this acceleration just seems bound for devastation. It's starting to feel like this is all just a simulation. With sky painted on the ceiling in plastic vegetation. We're all looking for something with meaning. What it means to be a human. What it means to just be humans being. The idea, nature versus nurture. If humans are just animals, then isn't it just a merger? When did civilization even decide on its departure? If we don't nurture nature, we're just wrecking our own future. In the jungles of concrete, people feed on bipolarity, medicating away all the clarity, so that there would be never a hope for solidarity. And apparently, nature fades into obscurity as we tragically and rapidly head for the singularity. Who are you? Question just echo. Trapped in this sandcastle land, needing to let go. Can anyone hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Seek reinforcement, we can shape up very complex performances, including a sort of pigeon ping pong. Eventually, we reinforce the pigeon only when it manages to get the ball past its opponent. of the world's suffering. And if you're not afraid of it, then nothing can stop you.
If they tried to sum what we have done, what would they say? We turned all this green into trash and we threw it all away. Every moment, every hour, hiding what's inside. Life's like brick and mortar, inscribing what we leave behind. Crawl off the
about what they see and feel and know is happening to our world. Something so beautiful and so freeing happens.
If we make it through the stage of the fool, see distant days. Our daughters and sons see all life as one, but until that day, let's sing love, 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 love.
Certain forces active upon the Earth aim to artificially suppress the natural evolution of human consciousness. It may come as unnerving news to some to hear that humanity is constantly being bombarded by forces and events that are beyond our control. It is these forces that aim to target the very spaces in which humanity has a modicum of free choice and free will. Think about where you're sitting right now. The perpetual battlefield is what we know as our everyday lives, our education, our work, our leisure, and our battle cruisers. It is much more subtle than this. What is this war? It is a battle for our minds, how we think. In short, it is the war of consciousness. artificially suppress the natural evolution of human consciousness. It is these forces that aim to target the very spaces in which humanity has a modicum of free choice and free will. Think about where you're sitting right now.
I'm shifting my attention beyond the simulation. I'm setting my intention at the highest vibration. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. To find order, balance restored again. To find mother, the goddess will rise again. I feel your heart connection. Transition to the age of the feminine. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart.
yourself. Balance to the world. You must gain balance within yourself before you can bring balance to the world. Balance within yourself.
You've been looking at the bottom of your glass. The bar's closing, gotta put down the flask. You said no so many times you don't know how to say yes. It's time to call the cab, buddy, 'cause it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. To admit that you're wrong. The corporate lobbyist are writing a song. The storm is coming, but you're singing along. It's the end of the final hour, and it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. But you're everyone's right. Drinking and driving, global suicide. You keep on pretending that the earth's not alive. You're drunk, go home, buddy, 'cause it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m.
Great and life is sweet and everything is everything. Man, it feels so good to be complete and perfectly at peace. Play the digit, pound the drum, singing psalms to Yadala. All night long I dream a world of peace and bliss, and truth and love. Love my life, the life I love is filled with many miracles. And anytime I trip and fall, the angels scoop me off the floor, fly me all around the heavens, laughing till I piss an ocean. I'm a dolphin dreaming I'm a human. I am she from modeling creation. I am everything and everything is everything. So you and me and we are living, loving, light and unity. Tick-tock into the temple of totality. Time and time again we tangle up geometry. Work it out, find it down, life is lovely. Living, loving in the light of lucid liberty. You're a superhero, you're a goddess, you're a king. You're not a human, you're an avatar ascending. Get off your knees and stretch your wings and keep on flying. Remember who you are, Orion is a lion. Spying on Guy and scrying. Wipe those tears, you're a mighty mother looking lion. Laugh aloud until you have a multi-orgasm. Sing a soul song till you have a soul spasm. Blast out the crowd, have a lucid look around. Every second on the ground, God can be found. God is great and life's divine. We all exist before the mind is molded into human form, projecting out a fractured world. A world where egos run amok, believing life depends on luck. But all is God and God is all. The consciousness always evolves. Play the game, we don't keep scoring it. Praise the name, it gets quite euphoric. All the same, no matter what you call it. God is God and God is what you wanted. But you never lacked him, always been a fraction of eternal passion. Life everlasting, laughing cause you thought you were human. Flashing on past lifetime actions. Seems like a dream, finally awakening. Scenes on the screen dissipating rapidly. Shape-shifting into rainbow rays of energy. A mortal spirit playing games within the galaxies. Forever changing our perspectives on reality. Everything is made of nothing, nothing's everything. It's all a psychedelic super string symphony. No beginning, never ending, called eternity. God is great and life is sweet and everything is everything. Man, feels so good to be complete and perfectly at peace. Play the didge and pound the drum, singing sounds to yada la. All night long I dream a world of peace and bliss with truth and love. Love my life, the life I love is filled with many miracles. My life, the life I love is filled with many miracles. My life, the life I love is filled with many miracles. My life, the life I love is filled with many miracles.
Chest wide as we climb that high rise. Then go for the leap of faith, brace for impact. As I choose my reactions to what comes, can I live? Plenty of room here, and I find that epic. It's all one here, and at the same time separate. It's all happening here. A spark of the splendid.
Tell me what's that in your way? Tell me what's that in your way? Is it as simple as love? Staring right into your face. Tell me what's that in your way? Tell me what's that in your way? Is it as simple as love? Staring right into your face. Tell me what's that in your way? Tell me what's that in your
home.
I can see it clearly, a younger me, fighting with my bed sheets. I could never sleep, dreaming a dream that I didn't believe. Time hardened my shell, it would never be. I felt empty till I fell in love with you. Adored you like a goddess, would have died for you. But time passed us, there was nothing I could do. Our love left us, maybe it was hard for you, but it killed me inside, I was destitute. And yet I thank you, because if it weren't for you, wouldn't know the meaning of love, the force that drives me. I was left in the darkness, was forced to find me. I am, nothing in this world defines me. I'm infinity, I'm the living dream inside me. I am, nothing in this world defines me. I'm infinity, I'm the living dream inside me. What's reality, the meaning of life? It's man-made, I believe I can fly. Next to the ocean, the beauty makes me emotional. The waves come and the waves go, they're moving on. Yet every moment is beautiful if you focus on it. Live every moment, I'm childlike, I'm awed by it. The scars dying, I choose to be the man I am. I live and grow, my heart is open, it glows. Happy delusional, maybe you better both. Reality's thought-based, delusional in itself. Once you understand that, it's time to free the self. Let it be, live in the moment, enjoy the mundane. Meditate and let all your stress fade. I bathe in the sun's rays, believing in one thing. I am, nothing in this world defines me. I'm infinity, I'm the living dream inside me. Gods and sarcophagi, trapped in darkness, fiending to be alive. We become heartless and thoughtless just to survive. But deep inside, in my heart, I know I can fly up in the sky, imagining my reality. I got a dream and life won't beat it out of me. I am, nothing in this world defines me. I'm infinity, I'm the living dream inside me.
been missing out. Around your city, make me a stranger to myself. I'd like to know a little more. I'm struggling, how do you do it?
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Hall, and this is your full moon reading with spiritual guidance for September 16th through the 29th, 2016. The September full moon is known as the harvest moon since it's the full moon closest to the autumnal equinox, which is coming up next week. I'm so excited for the fall season. It's such a beautiful time. So let's talk about the energy this full moon is bringing us. This full moon brings with it a particularly transformational energy, as it is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces. Remember, our lunar eclipses bring us deep inner focus, helping us to understand our underlying subconscious emotions, beliefs, or needs. And Pisces brings a particularly emotional energy with it. I have repeatedly been hearing from the angels that this full moon that we're having now is steeped in very deep emotional healing. If you've been feeling extra emotionally vulnerable lately, know that you are not alone. We are now experiencing a deep emotional cleansing in which any unhealed or unresolved issues are coming up to the surface so that you can face them and deepen your self-love by healing, forgiving, and letting go of those things for good. So really notice any buried memories or feelings from the past that might show themselves over this time. And if so, just be compassionate with yourself and with those feelings. Listen to what they have to say. Learn what those feelings might be teaching you about your relationship with yourself and how you can heal and uplift that relationship with yourself to greater self-love. This full moon lunar eclipse may really invite you to go outside of your comfort zone. But remember that some of your best personal learning and growing happens outside of your comfort zone. So if you've been praying for changes, this is your opportunity to create the inner foundation needed to bring those changes about. And remember that you are stronger, braver, and more powerful than you might realize. And this is your opportunity to claim that strength. So let's go ahead and pull our cards for this moon cycle and see what additional messages the angels have for us today. Today I'm working with the Archangels Oracle card deck by Doreen Virtue, and I'm just going to begin by shuffling our cards, trusting the law of attraction, and selecting the 3 that come to us today. All right, so our first card is the Breathe card with Archangel Raphael. Breathe. This is a card that really reflects the idea of emotional healing, because a message that I've heard from the angels in the past is that you can get through just about anything if you can breathe through it. Any kind of stress or fear or tension or any challenge that may come to you on your path, you can breathe through it. In other words, you can center yourself, calmly staying in the present moment, just approaching whatever's going on step by step by step, staying again very, very, very present, and breathe through it, and that will help to keep you really, really centered, keep you really, really strong, focused on what you have going that's good for you. This Breathe card is also giving us a sign that says be very patient and kind with yourself throughout this time. Breathe in to energize yourself, or practice anything that you need to do in your life to energize yourself, and then calmly breathe out, exhale to release what you no longer need in this situation. Another message that I'm hearing from this card is that one of the most important aspects of manifestation, of healing, or bringing about any kinds of changes that you might be looking for in your path, is the part where you receive. So in other words, you have to inhale in order to let yourself exhale. You have to receive in order to give in this world. And this is your time to receive, to breathe, get calm, get quiet, be kind, gentle, and patient with yourself. So that's our first card. Let's go ahead and see what our next card has to tell us. This card is the Take Back Your Power card with Archangel Raziel. This card is here as a reminder to tell you that you are stronger than you think. You have all the power that you need to overcome any challenges on your path and to take charge of your life, to create the life changes that you've been praying for. So take back your power now by really looking to evaluate or review any past patterns, belief systems about what you're capable of that may have been limiting you, and release them for good. This is such an empowering and important step in making life changes, is to remember the inner foundation that needs to be there in order to have the strength and the energy and the inspiration and the vitality needed to take these changes in your path. So take back your strength, change any old defeating thinking patterns about yourself, and remember that you are absolutely an unlimited being. You are unlimited. You are strong. There is nothing that stands in your way. So let's see what our final card is for today. Oh, good. The final card we pulled is the Relationship Harmony card. Since the angels have been giving us so many messages today about your relationship with yourself, healing yourself and increasing your self-love, it feels as if this card is really giving us a sign that your relationship with yourself is healing, increasing, and growing. And know that your relationship with yourself is honestly the foundation of your relationship with your entire life. Your relationship with your career, with your finances, with your relationships with other people, and so forth. So if you can heal your relationship with yourself, if you can learn to trust yourself and love yourself and have confidence in yourself, believe in yourself, then you can literally heal anything. If you're looking for where to start on your path and what you want to do to make a change, start with you. Start within. It's time to heal yourself and love yourself. Approve of yourself unconditionally. That's where the major breakthrough changes are occurring in your life. And your angels are reminding us too that this change that you're making, this inner emotional healing that you're doing for yourself now, is going to set the tone for several months moving forward in your life, helping to create a sense of empowerment and manifestation that will spur on a new chapter of change and empowerment. Really taking back your power, stepping into your power. So that's very beautiful. Remember, again, to be patient and kind with yourself throughout this process. I'm hearing them giving us a little reminder on that as we're starting to close today. And they're reminding us, too, that as you're purging, as you're releasing any of the old stuff from the past, you are so supported by the angels. So don't forget to call upon them. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you enjoyed this video, do give me a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more videos like this. If you would like your own